Sure, if I can make the dinner. Okay. Definitely.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the first regular and special public board meeting of the Halton District School Board for 2023. Tonight, we have trustees and staff both here in person and online. And again, we'll be using Questron to vote and speak. And I'm going to remind everybody again to please be cognizant of the speaking order and please wait for the chair or vice chair to recognize you for both private and public sessions. And also please try to ensure that when you're asking questions, you're directing them through the chairs at the time.
Point of order.
Yes.
These ones are dead.
Said. Questron's not working. Because it could be.
Looks like the whole thing.
Yeah, I think we could be unplugged or something.
Somebody kicked the plug.
Yeah, it's not working at the moment.
It's trying to kick the plug.
Kevin will fix it.
I've silenced them.
It's been an issue before too, because when I couldn't get my laptop to charge.
Okay, while we're waiting for the Questron to get organized, I'll quickly take roll call to go into our special meeting. Trustee Ahmed, are you present this evening?
Should be good in 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
Not yet. Trustee Amos. Good evening. Trustee Baxter.
Good evening, I'm here. I'm also having difficulty getting into Crestron, but I'm doing it remotely, so it may be an issue with that. But just to let you know.
Okay, thanks so much.
Not yet connected.
Trustee Collard.
I'm here, thank you.
Trustee Daniele.
Thank you, I'm here.
We do have regrets from Trustee Diodati. Trustee Gray.
Yes, I am here.
Trustee Oliver.
Good evening, everyone. I might have to use my hand up or voice to vote tonight.
All right. Thank you so much. Vice Chair Rocha.
I am here.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Zhang.
I'm here.
Thank you. Director Ennis.
Thank you so much, Chair Shuttleworth. Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year. We do have a full complement of staff, I think, and both in person and online. There may be one or two absent, but they will be joining us shortly.
Thank you very much. Trustee Gray, would you like to make a motion to move into private session?
Yes, I will, thank you.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Daniele, would you like to second that motion?
Thank you, yes, I will.
All right. Is there any debate?
Point of order, actually.
Yes.
I'm wondering why we're discussing a policy in private session. It doesn't fall under any of the privileged items in the Ed Act, and I'm really puzzled as to why we would be discussing this in private session. Normally, we go to committee of the whole in public session when presenting information about a policy.
My guess, and I'm just going to check, is that it would be legal opinion. Can I check with you?
I was intending to have a conversation with trustees about the legal implications. So I think it would be appropriate to have that part of the conversation anyway in a private session.
Okay, yeah, but if we could have the presentation of the policy itself in public session, because that's where it belongs.
Through the chair to Trustee Collard, the draft policy will be presented to the board in a public session on February 1st and March 1st, as the motion indicates. Tonight's discussion is a legal discussion, and there's some personal information to be disclosed to trustees during the private session. That's why it's scheduled that way.
So when will it be at committee of the whole? Policies go to committee of the whole for in-depth discussion.
I'll review the schedule for committee of the whole and board in relation to the motion as it was passed.
Okay.
And report back.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Collard. Is there any further debate before looking to see if we're going to go into private? Seeing none, are there any objections to moving into private session? And again, seeing none, by unanimous consent, we are now in private session. Vice Chair L. Harris, oh, I did it again. I was looking right at the picture. Vice Chair Rocha, the floor is yours. And just wait for Kevin to let us know we're okay.
Crestron's coming.
All right, again, good evening, everyone, and welcome to the first regular public meeting of the Halton District School Board for 2023. We have trustees both here and online. There are two trustees who have sent regrets, which are trustee Ahmed and trustee Diodati. Apart from that, all other trustees are present. As Director Ennis has told me previously, we have a full complement of senior staff as well. I'm going to this time ask trustee Gray, go for it again. Would you like to go into private session?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
And trustee Daniele, would you like to do it again?
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Is there any discussion or debate? Seeing none, we are back in private session. Thank you, Kevin. Trustee Rocha, it'll be your turn in a moment. Awesome. Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the public meeting, the first public meeting for 2023 of the Halton District School Board. The date is January the 11th, 2023. I would like to welcome all of our guests joining us this evening. Thank you all for coming. Before we begin, I would just like to remind you all that conversations and respectful debates are the hallmark of our board. For those at the table, please be mindful of your tone, your language, and your timekeeping. For those in our gallery, we welcome you this evening and know that Halton District School Board is committed to providing a safe and secure and respectful environment for all. Words or actions that make others feel threatened or demeaned will not be tolerated, and decisive action will be taken to ensure the safety and comfort of all. Although many of us are here this evening, we have also been able to be flexible to work with those who are unable to be with us in person. This hybrid approach allows people the flexibility to attend either here or online. Conversations and respectful debates, as I said, are the hallmark of our board. And with many new faces at the table, it is so important that we continue to create the safe and respectful discourse to guide us through our meeting. As we did roll call previous to private session, I would like to take a moment to acknowledge that all 11 trustees are here except for one who has sent their regrets, which is Trustee Diodati. And we now both have both Trustee Ruggiero and Trustee Wang joining us this evening. Good evening to the two of you. Director Ennis, can I please check with you which staff are attending this evening?
Thank you so much, Chair Shuttleworth. Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year to all. It's so good to see staff in the gallery, and so happy that we're all here first meeting 2023. Happy to report that we have a full complement of staff here to support the meeting this evening, both online and in person, and we look forward to this meeting.
Sorry. Tonight, I will be honoring the land. Halton, as we know it today, is rich in history and modern tradition of many First Nation and the Métis. From the Anishinaabe to the Attawaddaron, the Haudenosaunee, and the Métis, these lands surrounding the Great Lakes are steeped in Indigenous history. As we gather today on these treaty lands, we have the responsibility and honor to honor and respect the four directions: land, water, plants, animals, ancestors that walked before us, and all of the other wonderful elements of creation that exist. We would like to acknowledge and thank the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation for sharing their traditional territory with us. And as this is the first board meeting of the month, it has been designated as a time to formally acknowledge the History and Heritage Month as identified by the Government of Ontario. So the purpose of doing this is to celebrate the diversity and to commemorate history and to recognize and pay tribute to the contributions many people have made and continue to make to the economic, political, social, and cultural fabric of Ontario society. January is Tamil Heritage Month. Approximately 200,000 Tamil people call Canada home, and this month has been celebrated in Canada each year since 2016 as an opportunity to recognize the major contributions Tamil people have made to the growth and prosperity of the country while overcoming tremendous obstacles. So as this is a heritage month that I'm not extremely familiar with, I found some quick fun facts to help myself as well as others understand a little bit about Tamil culture and Tamil. See, there's a mistake, right? Tamil culture and traditions. Okay, so the Tamil people are an ethnic group originally from southern India and Sri Lanka with a recorded history going back more than 2,000 years. The Tamil language is considered a classic language like Hebrew, Latin, or Greek. Tamil people practice a variety of faiths, including Hinduism, Islam, Christianity, and Jainism, and Tamil Heritage Month is celebrated in January to coincide with the celebration of Thai Pongal, a Tamil harvest festival, as well as other Tamil artistic and cultural events. And lastly, a common greeting in Tamil is to say Vanakam, while joining your palms together over your heart in a prayer position. Just some fun facts for you. So next we are up to the agenda. Trustee Baxter, would you like to make a motion to approve the agenda? Oh, I think Trustee Baxter might be joining us a little bit later. She stepped out for a second. Trustee Gray, would you like to make a motion to approve the
Yes, I
agenda,
would.
please?
Thank you.
And Trustee Collard, would you like to second that motion?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, are there any objections to approving the agenda? And again, seeing none, the agenda is approved by unanimous consent. In relation to our agenda this evening, are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest? Great. Seeing none, that now brings us up to item 2.0, delegations and presentations to the board. And we are going to start out with the Inspire Awards. And if you give me a moment, because I'll need to present them. Oh, shoot. Can you put it? I just. Just give us 1 second, please. Some technical difficulties. Okay, I think we got it. Sorry for the little delay. Okay, so the Inspire Awards is given to an individual or group that is formally or informally associated with the Halton District School Board, who support our students and their achievement through exemplary caring, initiative, innovation, and creativity. Tonight, we have 9 awards to present. We will use the presentation created by the Communications Department. Before each presentation, I will read the name of the recipient and the name of the trustee that will present the award by and large at the school, apart from one this evening. So tonight we will start with Craig McKay, who is from Alexander's Public School. Trustee Collard will be presenting the award at the school. Do you want me to read it? And I will read the award. Craig is a volunteer at Alexander's Public School, and he has been a permanent fixture at the school for years. Beginning as a lunch supervisor while his children were students, Craig is now an assistant coach for multiple teams at Alexander's. While his own children have all graduated, he continues to dedicate his time and energy to the students. Every day, Craig greets the students with a smile on his face and a pep in his step. His kindness, passion, and dedication have never wavered. Craig is a gift to the Alexander community. Congratulations, Craig. Next up, we have Milena Trojanovic, which is from Boyne Public School. Trustee Ahmed will be presenting this award next week at the school. And I will read the award this evening. Milena, or Mel, is a health and physical education teacher at Boyne Public School, and she has had a long and impactful career. Mel is an outstanding physical education teacher, and she creates an environment where each child is known, acknowledged, empowered, and valued. In a school of over 1,200 students, Mel knows each and every one. She is an active participant in planning for children who have special educational needs, and she advocates and offers support in programming for those students. Mel is a mentor and leader to the teaching team at Boyne. She has a wealth of knowledge and truly opens her heart and door to each and every person who may need a moment of encouragement, a listening ear, or helpful advice. Though Mel is near retirement, her impact and influence will remain in the heart of those she has worked with for years to come. Congratulations, Mel. Next up, we have David Bennett from Heritage Glen Public School. Trustee Oliver will be presenting the award next week at the school, but will also be reading the award this evening. So I'll pass it over to Trustee Oliver.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to present the Inspire Award to David Bennett, a teacher at Heritage Glen Public School. David is an inspiration to all of his students each and every day. He always ensures that all of his students are well taken care of, and he goes the extra mile to support them. Throughout the pandemic, David showed kindness and compassion for everyone around him, ensuring that he stayed connected with students and families. David's students say that he's the best teacher, and the Heritage Glen community is extremely grateful to have him. Congratulations, David.
Thank you. Next up is Ildi Hall from Nelson High School. I will be presenting and Vice Chair Rocha will be reading.
Yes, Ildi Hall. She is a guidance counselor at Nelson High School. Ildi is a true inspiration to students, staff, and the entire Nelson community with her positive energy and the get it done attitude. To say that Ildi is involved in her school is an understatement. In her career as an educator at Nelson for 20 years, Ildi has led the Halton Food for Thought program, organized Pink Day, facilitated the Incredible program, and coached basketball. Her ability to connect with students is simply amazing. Ildi is personable, approachable, makes students feel safe, and takes the time to listen and help. Ildi is a staple in the guidance office and is an incredible contributing member of the Learning Services team. The connection she has made with the students carries on even after they have left Nelson. Thank you, Ildi.
Thank you. Next up is Margarita Shreddle from Heritage Glen Public School. And Trustee Oliver will be giving the award at the school, but will also be reading it this evening.
It is my great pleasure to present the Inspire Award to Margarita Shreddle, a teacher at Heritage Glen Public School. She's delightful to be around and makes learning fun. Marguerite's enthusiasm is contagious. She makes her students feel special and inspires them to achieve their best. Her class is bright and colorful, making it fun and easy to visualize and understand math vocabulary. Marguerite works hands-on with her students, using tools to help students grasp and remember important concepts. She's welcoming to new students, makes them feel comfortable, and ensures a smooth transition. Marguerite students are better off thanks to her. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Tina McVitie Miller from Alton Village Public School. Xin Yi will be presenting the award next week, and I will be reading it this evening. Tina McVitie Miller is a teacher at Alton Village Public School. Tina goes above and beyond with her students on a daily basis, creating a classroom environment that is fun, engaging, and inclusive. The creator of McVitie Money, Tina rewards students for good behavior and creates a positive learning environment. She also creates a care cart in her classroom with items such as Band-Aids, feminine hygiene products, and hair ties. This year, Tina went above and beyond for her students in the classroom who had been off sick by collecting and personally delivering work and a treat to their home. Her commitment to her students is greatly appreciated by parents and students alike. Congratulations, Tina. Next up, we have Helen Antonio from Irma Colson Public School. Trustee Collard will be presenting the award at a later date, and I will be reading it this evening. Oh, sorry. No, it's Trustee Ahmed. I'm sorry. Trustee Ahmed will be presenting the award at a later date at Irma Colson, and I will be reading it again this evening. Helen Antonio is an educational assistant at Irma Colson Public School. Helen is calm, cool, collected, and compassionate in stressful situations. While on supervision duty at the front of her door, Helen sprung into action when she realized that a student's family member was having a serious medical emergency at pickup time. She paged the office, called 911, and stayed with the patient, reassuring her that help was on the way. Helen acted heroically, providing comfort and support during an incredibly difficult time. The Irma Colson community is so proud of Helen and how she handled the situation. She is an inspiration to us all. Congratulations, Helen. Next up is Dan McCarroll, who is a volunteer on our board's audit committee. Amy Collard, or Trustee Collard, will be presenting the award at a later date and will be reading it this evening.
Thank you. Dan served as a volunteer on our board's audit committee for the last 6 years and was most recently vice chair of the committee, the first non-trustee to hold this position. While in a role where he had to ensure accountability and controls at the board level, Dan's demeanor and approach was always professional, action-oriented, and supportive towards the efforts of staff in many departments. His expertise and advice led to many positive changes and process improvements over his tenure, particularly in areas where he gave advice on the implementation and follow-up on audit recommendations and what areas needed to be prioritized. His input touched many functional areas within the board, from special education to procurement, mental health to risk management to IT controls. Dan always looked for ways the board could do things better, with the interests of serving all students in mind. As a community volunteer member on the audit committee, Dan never received any compensation or rewards for his role, but always attended meetings, prepared, and asked insightful questions. The value of his unpaid service was immeasurable, where many other consultants or advisors not in the role of a member on the committee would typically be generously compensated for similar advice. On behalf of all actively involved in the audit committee meetings, we will truly miss the skills Dan brought to the table and wish him well at the end of his term of service with the Halton District School Board. Thank you so much, Dan. We will miss you.
Thank you very much, Trustee Collard. Next up, we have Julia Rohrig from Georgetown District High School. Trustee Gray will be presenting the award later on at the school, but will also be reading the award this evening.
Thank you very much, and I look forward to meeting Julia next week at Georgetown. Julia is an administrative assistant at Georgetown District High School. Each morning, she goes above and beyond to ensure that things are running smoothly at the school. With a pleasant, caring attitude that conveys empathy and understanding, Julia processes an amazing amount of calls and inquiries regarding attendance and student safety. With her catchphrase, "That's okay, sweetheart, it's a bizarro world out there," Julia de-escalates tense situations with grace while she explains the ever-changing rules and protocols of the post-COVID work and learning environment. Julia is adored by parents, and her positive attitude makes Georgetown District High School a better place. Thank you so much, Julia.
Thank you so much, Trustee Gray. And congratulations to all the Inspire Award recipients for your outstanding support of students within the Halton District School Board, supporting and promoting their achievement and well-being. A special thank you to Susan Thrasher in the Director's Office, who every month works to ensure that the trustees have all they need to assess the nominees. For everyone watching this evening, please continue to nominate people or organizations who support our students and their achievements through exemplary caring, initiative, innovation, and creativity. As I've been out to schools, I hear all these comments from people about how great people are within the school. A wonderful way to acknowledge that greatness is to nominate them for an Inspire Award. Everybody in the Halton District School Board community can be nominated or nominate. Families, neighbors, related organizations, staff, students, and volunteers. All nominations are gratefully received by the trustees. So please think about nominating somebody today. Thank you very much. Next up, we are up to item 2.2, which is the student trustee report. Trustee Ruggiero and Wang, do you have a report for us this evening?
Yes, we do.
Please go ahead.
All right. Hi, everyone, and Happy New Year. I hope you all had a positive start to 2023. As we kick off this year, Trustee Ruggiero and I are so excited to start some new initiatives, including our Student Senate Constitution, reintroducing in-person Senate meetings, yay, getting started with our committees, and sharing our plans for this year's student trustee elections.
To begin, leading up to the winter break, Trustee Wang and I, alongside Trustee Oliver, with the help of General Manager Carrillo and Associate Director Salamini, have begun to review the draft constitution of the HDSB Student Senate to align it with the current trajectory of the HDSB Student Senate, along with the HDSB multi-year plan. Taking into considerations the experiences with virtual Senate over the past 2 years and the work this year to start to incorporate our younger voices within Student Senate, Trustee Wang and I have provided several recommendations to update the Constitution, from suggesting a rotating meeting model in each of our municipalities to incorporating student voice and embedding the HDSB Student Senate subcommittees, which fall under the commitments of our multi-year plan. We look forward to bringing these suggestions to Student Senate and continuing to receive feedback and support from our staff advisors and trustees at the board. I'll pass it over to Trustee Wang.
Our next Senate meeting is next week on Tuesday, January 17th, and will finally be in person for the first time in many years. Student Senate has been virtual since 2020, but before then, meetings had always been in person here at JWS, and we're so excited to be bringing that aspect back to our meetings and allowing our senators to engage with each other face to face, which is an aspect that we've missed so much. This meeting will be held at the Milton Education Center, which also speaks to our efforts to accommodate and involve our senators coming from everywhere around Halton. And these in-person meetings had always been held here in Burlington, but this year we'll be switching in between Burlington and Milton and also virtual, so that more of our senators have the ability to attend these meetings, as we recognize that returning to in-person also means that some students may face more barriers in coming to our meetings. Our theme for this meeting is Role of a Trustee, and that is in spirit of the student trustee elections that are upcoming in February. And we're thrilled to have Chair Shuttleworth speak with our elementary and secondary senators to provide insight on this theme and what being a trustee means. And we can't wait to hear what she has to say to them all. As always, all trustees are welcome to join our Senate meeting.
This Friday marks the deadline for grades 7 to 12 non-student senators to join our Student Senate subcommittees. and submit their applications. Just a reminder that we are selecting 4 students, 2 elementary and 2 secondary from each of our regions. So that's, of course, Burlington, Halton Hills, Milton, and Oakville for each of the subcommittees. Trustee Wang and I are aiming to release these selections by the beginning of February. So good luck to all those who've applied. In addition, the HDSB Mental Health and Wellbeing Leadership Task Force, the preliminary interest form for students grades 7 to 12 was also launched to enable students from across our system to bring their unique perspectives and concerns regarding mental health and well-being to the board, and this closes this Friday as well. The Mental Health and Leadership Committee will be meeting next Monday to review these applications, and we also hope to have these back by February so we can get the ball rolling. Lastly, a brief update with the HDSB Student Equity Committee. Trustee Wang and I are within the final stages of launching applications to notably grade 4 to 12 students to join the committee. We're currently in the process of formulating a plan to share this to the larger HDSB system, and we look forward to continuing to work with Superintendent Pecco's office to provide this historic opportunity to students. So I'll pass it over to Trustee Wang to speak about student trustee elections.
So around 2 hours ago, Trustee Ruggiero and I, along with VP Louisa Botello, had our first meeting with staff regarding this year's student trustee elections. We're off to a great start, and in around 2 weeks, HDSB students in grades 10 and 11 can expect to receive communication about student trustee elections in their HDSB emails and about how they can get involved and run for this role. This year, the election will be taking place on Thursday, February 23rd, and students in grades 7 to 12, as always, are able to vote, and they will receive more information and links closer to the date about how they can do that. Any students who are interested in running or has any questions or wants to learn more can always reach out to Trustee Ruggiero and I through our email and through our Instagram. And I'll pass it back to Trustee Ruggiero.
That concludes our student trustee report for tonight. We got lots on the go, and we are happy to take any questions from trustees.
Thank you to both of you. Do any trustees have any questions for our student trustees? Seeing none, I don't even have a question tonight because I know what's happening at your Senate meeting, and I'm a little bit nervous as that I'm not going to live up to the expectations that maybe you might have of me. But I really appreciate the report you gave tonight. Thank you again so much for your report. Thank you very much. Trustee Gray, have a question. Oh, maybe there's a question. Trustee Gray.
Thank you very much. I have some technological problem getting wave my hand here. I just wanted to, I think it'd be helpful if you would just share with us again the start time of that meeting next week, so that everyone that's watching tonight may be given forewarning about the start time.
Trustee Ruggiero?
Through the chair to Trustee Gray, of course, it'll be a great opportunity for students and parents and the members of the board to kind of come together and experience what the first Senate meeting in person is going to look like after a while. So it's going to be starting at 6 p.m. and it's going to be running to 9. So the joint session for elementary and secondary takes place between 7 and 8 at the Milton Learning Center. So yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further questions? And I'll just watch for hands. Seeing none, again, thank you very much for your report this evening. Okay, we have no delegations this evening, but we do have 2 presentations coming from the same presenters. So Superintendent Gadet and General Manager Vader Ippolito have 2 reports for us this evening. First of all, the annual accessibility status report for the 2021-2022 school year, followed by the multi-year accessibility plan for the 2022 to 2027 term.
Thank you very much and good evening. This is not normal that we bring both of these reports on the same evening, but we do have our annual update that we wanted to share with the Board of Trustees, as well as our new and revised 5-year plan. So we've, I'll say, wrapped up the previous 5-year plan from 2017 to 2022. And now we've got a new one from 2022 to 2027 that we wanted to also inform the Board of Trustees this evening. So that's why we've got two presentations. We've been making the rounds late last year through Admin Council, SEAC, and we're here now, finally. And so we're just going to see if we can get this live and presenting. Neither one of us has done this before.
Oh, you did?
Do you have it? If you can present, that would be wonderful.
Yes, but mine's a PDF form.
Okay, we'll keep plugging away here. Both myself and General Manager Ippolito are co-chairs of the Accessibility Committee. And I think we took over a year and a half or 2 years ago. And I'll say it's been a pleasure to co-chair the committee. Not only the collaboration with General Manager Ippolito, but recently we've also completed a call out to the community. And we've had some new community members join our committee, which has been wonderful. And there we go. So this is the first one, the annual report, and I'll turn it over to General Manager Ippolito to kick us off.
Good evening. Thank you for your patience while we set that up, and thank you for the opportunity to provide this overview to you this evening. As Superintendent Gaudet indicated, there are two reports or overviews coming to you this evening. The first that we'll start with is the annual accessibility status report. And before I go into what this report entails, I would like to say that it is a collaborative effort, what is in this report, by the various departments of the Halton District School Board, and it is certainly through the work of the Halton Accessibility Committee, which I'll talk a little bit about later, that this report was able to come to fruition. So the actual report itself is an overview of the work that was taken last school year in the 2021-2022 school year in an effort to ensure that Halton meets the standards for public sector organizations for employees of over 50 employees. The work is broken out into categories: general employment, information and communication, and built environment, which aligns with integrated standards and our obligations under AODA. From a general standpoint, this is a non-exhaustive list of newly developed or revised administrative procedures from the 21-22 school year. Which are either linked to accessibility or health related. And these continue to be monitored, among others, for updates and relevancy, and they're also available online. In terms of training, there we go. In terms of training, there is an AODA compliance aspect of training, which is required by new employees, and that's also a refresher requirement every 3 years. But the training that is noted on this particular slide really goes beyond the AODA compliance and embeds components of accessibility within the various topics that are delivered throughout the system. And what ongoing training really does is it works to remove the stigma and ultimately barriers for those who identify with disabilities. From an employment perspective, we continue to offer accommodations to employees throughout the employment life cycle, so beginning from recruitment and selection to interviewing and certainly through accommodation, and those are based on individual needs. In the spring of 2021, as we know, we launched the HDSB staff census, and through that we continue to inform our strategies for employment based on a lot of that data. In last school year, which is specific to this report, in the 21-22 school year, the demographic data was disaggregated, and from that, the participants who completed the questionnaire, 7% of staff reported that they consider themselves someone with a disability, which leads into kind of the next piece of mental health audit and mental health first aid. Of that 7%, 18% identified with mental health disability, which is really what the mental health audit and mental health first aid program are important and initiatives moving forward, and they continue. They were brought into play last school year, and they continue to evolve this school year. So there'll be more updates to come with regard to both of those initiatives. And as we know, supporting employees coming out of the pandemic with mental health is certainly a crucial piece as well.
Next slide. From an information and communication perspective, we did achieve a level AA compliancy with our websites, and we're kind of in a maintenance mode in terms of ongoing monitoring, training, and maintenance of those aspects. One notable thing, and I think you may have seen it through other presentations, we are working on removing full height shelving in some of our libraries, removing the 84-inch height library shelving, lowering them to make them more accessible, and also improve sight lines. From a built environment perspective, looking back to approximately 2018, our board has invested more than $21 million in accessibility upgrades across the region. And it's a variety of barrier-free elements from ramps and parking and accessible doors into the facilities to look at washroom upgrades and elevators and interior ramps. And so with that, the next few slides are a couple of examples that my team has provided from a facility services perspective. And some of these are pretty simple, but pretty substantive when we make our main entrances accessible by removing steps and providing a ramp as well as accessible door operator at E.J. James as an example. Next one. We were undertaking some parking lot work to rehabilitate the Aldershot parking lot. And for those of you that have visited the site, you might know that the field is quite substantively below the level of the school. And especially with a student with needs at that school, we're able to accommodate a ramp down to the field so they can partake in activities on the grass turf. Internal ramps at Oakwood, a good example of what we had done in the past. On the left, well, that is a good temporary solution, certainly does not meet code, and so the new installation on the right does meet code requirements in terms of the slope and the guarding with the rails to assist those with mobility impairments. This one I'm particularly proud of because this started out as quite a unique project. We have a unique individual attending W.I. Dick, a little person, and on the right are some pretty substantial and unique door operators to facilitate access into classroom spaces. Unfortunately, because of the fire separations, these doors are supposed to be closed, and with that, we've added many door operators, and I'm particularly proud of the solution on the left. For those that have been in the school, what is shown there used to be a sunken space down a couple of steps, like a little amphitheater. And when we were looking to renovate the space, we were looking at how we could provide many rails to cordon it off and provide a ramp into the space. And our team came up with a much better solution by just infilling and making the entire space accessible, no rails and ramps in the way. So a much better solution when we collaborate amongst the many stakeholders on these projects. And then this is a typical washroom upgrade that we've done at Heritage Glen. We see these through many of our schools in our system, and we'll continue to upgrade washroom facilities to make them more accessible for staff and students. And with that, that wraps up the highlights of our annual report, and we're pleased to take any questions.
Does anybody have any questions about the report presented just now? Trustee Collard. Sorry, Trustee Rocha.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm very appreciative of all the changes that we're making to make all of our premises more accessible. Forward thinking, when we are building new schools and new buildings, are we taking all of these enhancements, accessibility implementations, are new buildings and new schools already AODA compliant, or they are to some degree and maybe enhancements will be made later?
Thanks for the question through the chair to trustees. I'll say in general, our new builds are held to a higher standard with the new building code and the requirements of what we do on the grounds than past builds would have been. So every few years they revise the Ontario Building Code. And I'll say for me, that's been the bare minimum. Certainly we want to elevate our thinking and do above and beyond what the code is telling us. That is the bare minimum, but certainly new builds are generally much better off in terms of accessibility with the amenities like elevators as we build multi-level schools. We're building suites that are intended for servicing students in CPP programs, and with that we've got bigger washroom footprints to work with. And so generally they're much better off. I'll say based on some of the upgrades that I know we've done, when we get user feedback, that's where we've got a great opportunity to learn how we can do better. Sometimes we have got great intentions, but in terms of the application and how it pans out, and a great example that we see often, our door operators are often not in the right location, and you have to get out of the way of the swing of the door after you push the button. Things like sliding doors are much more accessible, and using beams or occupancy movement sensors can help assist to help us do better. But in terms of new builds, yes, they meet the new Ontario Building Code, which is far superior to something that would have been built in the early 1900s.
Trustee Gray.
Thank you through the chair to our guest presenters here tonight. We've talked about being AODA compliant, and I know we've heard that for the last number of years. We've been working really, really hard as a board to bring all of our facilities into compliance. I just wonder, I'm not familiar with AODA in terms of how often do the standards of AODA get revised? We are working to a certain standard now, but are we just going to meet those standards only to have AODA come out with yet another set of standards that we will find ourselves non-compliant with?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Shuttleworth, to Trustee Gray. It's a great question. Right now, our requirement is to become compliant by 2025, which we are right now. Right now, we are truly in a maintenance phase for AODA compliance. That said, I am aware that they are working on the ministry is working on new standards that are under review. I have not seen the finalized standards, but if and when those come, that will certainly be part of the accessibility committee work, and we would expect to have to adhere to that as well.
Trustee Collard.
Thank you. Through you to our presenters. Several years ago, I was on the accessibility committee, and we were given to understand that the Ministry of Education does not provide enveloped funding for the retrofits to our schools, and that has to come out of our capital funding, our general capital funding. I'm wondering how much has that hindered our progress in becoming compliant, and how have we had to save and scrape on upgrading some of our older schools in other ways because we have not been appropriately funded by the ministry for this?
Thank you for the question through the chair to Trustee Collard. The ministry does not directly fund accessibility upgrades to the extent that we need them. And I'll say the capital funding that we do receive has become a little bit more restrictive and prescriptive by the ministry, which has added some challenges. So in the past, for example, I've been able to add square footage to add an elevator, and that's been pretty easy. They're not as receptive to adding square footage, although they will let us add for shafts, for example, and utility chases. So part of that is problematic in terms of the technical interpretation of how they would like to see us use the funding of school renewal and school condition improvement. When I joined this board, we were wrapping up Close the Gap initiatives, and so certainly that is an area where the Board of Trustees allocated proceeds of disposition and board resources for initiatives to help get at many issues that the board was having, but one was accessibility. So certainly the board has contributed its own resources to this initiative and this effort. But yes, we do hope to see additional funding from the ministry to support the accessibility advancements. Some of the tools that they use for reporting allow us to identify some of these, I'll say, deficits. In the past, accessibility was ignored. If you did not have an elevator, it wasn't recognized by the program that we used to identify its deficiency. It was only recognized if you had an elevator that needed renewal to upgrade. So we are starting to inventory these needs, and I do think the ministry is aware of the funding gap, and so hopefully they'll prop up the funding that we do receive, but we are able to spend our school renewal on many of these efforts that we showed tonight, and I continue to plan to do so.
Thank you for your efforts in this area.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I have one quick one. So General Manager Vader-Polito, you said we are now in maintenance. So I'm just kind of wondering, moving forward, what would be sort of, and I look around and I think even about this building in particular, that I don't think is AODA compliant. I'm just kind of wondering what sort of next steps do we see, which might actually be a segue into your next presentation.
Thanks for the question. I think when General Manager Polito speaks to the maintenance, there are 5 kind of, the customer service and the information and communication. So many of those are in maintenance mode. Certainly the facilities, we still have a lot of work to do.
All right. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, we will move on to your second presentation.
Okay, thank you. Yes, that's a great segue to this next presentation. This overview is provided to you to go over the multi-year accessibility plan that, again, really the work of the committee, the accessibility committee, went into creating and developing this plan. There are many parallels that you'll see throughout this presentation, and I don't want to repeat too much of what we've already said, but there certainly the work from the annual plan is derived directly from the multi-year plans that are created. And the previous plan that the board was under was from 2017 to 2021. So this is now the revised multi-year plan. So the AODA requires that it sets out standards and obligations for organizations, and it requires that the board have a multi-year accessibility plan that's reviewed once every 5 years. And in developing that, it requires that people with disabilities are consulted, and it also requires that that revision be made public. So this is the draft for 2022-2027 that is being shared with you, and once it is, after tonight, it will be posted publicly so that we meet those obligations under AODA, and so that we can continue to move forward with those annual plans that you just previously saw annually, to make sure that we're addressing students, staff, and the system, and making sure that we're removing any barriers for those who identify with disabilities. The foundation of this plan is AODA and the Integrated Standards Regulation, which was what Superintendent Gaudette was just referring to. So there are 5 pillars under the Integrated Standards Regulation: employment, customer service, information and communication, transportation, and design of built environment. So those are really the root of this plan. And components of this plan include past work that has been completed, as well as how we move forward and the next steps that we take to continue this work. As with any multi-year plan, there's synergy with the board's multi-year plan, values and goals. So just pointing kind of the obvious out, I guess, equity, inclusion, mental health and well-being, and learning and achievement are certainly commitments of the board where this plan goes to address and help. So the plan identifies barriers for people with disabilities, and it focuses on those 5 areas. The attitudinal and policy areas are really a focus on stigma and raising awareness to improve the overall system. And again, that's done through training and other means throughout the committee's work that is conducted as well. So touching on the committee a little bit, because we have talked about it, there are representatives from the various departments. It was really a collaborative effort throughout the system on this committee to make sure that the work is on track and that the work is disseminated appropriately. So here's a list of who is on that committee. And I'd also like to add that within this list and within these members are those with lived experience with disability as well, which is an important component. I won't touch very much on highlights of past work because I think we just went through that a little bit through the annual plan. But this particular overview and the multi-year plan will go into what was conducted in 2017 to 2022, including staff training, the administrative procedures, and the accessibility webpage and feedback form, which goes into what the maintenance phase of where we are.
Thanks. And similarly, employment accommodations and the training that goes on with our transportation folks, as well as our websites and web content, is into a maintenance mode, as we reported earlier. Again, from the past highlights, I am pleased to report that we have spent over $21 million in the last 5 years or 4 years on accessibility enhancements throughout our system and look to continue to do so. So looking forward, the objectives for 22 to 27 will be to continue to train as an ongoing component for new staff and existing staff. We're going to look to continue to maintain feedback processes. And I do really appreciate the fact that we've added community members with lived experience to our committee. The wealth of information that we can learn from these individuals is helping us to advance our game. We're going to continue to address the health and wellness of all employees through our data collection and look to maintain and update our administrative procedures consistent with those practices that will accommodate our employees as well as others that come into our system. Plan objectives will include looking at doing a new revised audit of our existing facilities and taking a look at how the code has changed. We've done audits in the past, but they're dated, and want to get a better sense of where we're at and how that reflects against the new code. And with that, I want to start to establish key performance indicators, which I think folks are starting to see come to life in our long-term accommodation plan. Put some more scrutiny to those numbers and present them explicit to certain portfolios like accessibility. And then we hope to continue to address stigma through ongoing education and support cultural change within our own system. And so lastly, for next steps, November, we did share with the senior team, took to SEAC, and here we are with the Board of Trustees. And after tonight, we will post this on our website. And again, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much again for your presentation. Trustee Collard, do you have a question?
Thank you. Does the 5-year multi-year plan get filed with the Ministry of Education or any other ministries? Are there certain requirements of the plan that have to be in place? Are they looking for specific benchmarks?
So I'm not aware that the 5-year plan gets filed with the Ministry of Education, but certainly every 2 years we are required to file it's almost an automated report that Director Ennis has to sign off on. It's a compliance report, so every 2 years we do file a compliance report.
Thank you.
Trustee Ruggiero.
Hi, through the chair to the superintendent cadet. I was wondering how your team kind of works with students and to identify barriers for students with disabilities, and if there's any further consideration to involve student voice when it comes to developing future plans or initiatives within the board.
Thanks for the question. Through the chair to student trustee Ruggiero. I'm happy to work with student trustees further and student senate, but certainly, again, want to reiterate, I'm so pleased that we do have people with lived experience, and those include parents, teachers, and I think we did a call out for students, and I can't remember if we have one, but certainly, some of these individuals were students in our system or other systems, and that's where we want to leverage their experience and their knowledge so that we can do better.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I have one. So you speak in your plan objectives of conducting a new or creating a new baseline of needs. When are you looking at doing that, and will that baseline be published?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair to yourself, we need to select an architect to help us with that assessment. I think one of the steps that we need to do is rationalize where we want to start to make it manageable. We're a fortunate board that we have built lots of new schools, and so I'm hopeful that we can remove a handful of schools from our inventory, focus on the ones with greater needs. And I'll say this, currently we know we have students in our system that are moving through the families of schools and are going to be attending some of our high schools, and we've got some significant challenges with 2 high schools in particular that are occupying a fair bit of our team's time studying how we can do better to accommodate these individuals as they progress through their education. And so certainly that's been a bit of a focus that has, I'll say, taken our eye off doing a system-wide assessment, but I do hope that we'll begin to undertake that this year. And the hope would be that, we can report kind of a status and what the baseline is either, hopefully next school year, whether that's in the fall or in the spring, I'm not certain yet.
And so then a follow-up with that. So would you be focusing then on older schools to start with? So the schools that might be less compliant just due to their age and then maybe expanding that as you go through?
Through the chair to yourself, yes, I think that's the intent, is to try and get at, whether we want to call those the more challenging. In my past, we had senior elementary schools that were particularly problematic because they were all 3-story buildings, very tight staircases and I know we have similar inventory here. I don't know that I can say that is consistent with all senior elementary schools, but those were particularly problematic. So I do think that's where we need to spend some time and do our due diligence and really assess, back to Trustee Collard's point, how much money is this going to take and is it feasible? Because at some point, like this facility, the cost to make accessible starts to begin to outweigh the life expectancy.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your presentation, the passion and dedication you take towards it. We really appreciate it. Thank you. There are no further questions. Okay, we are now up to items under section 3, which is our consent agenda. And we have 2 items for approval: the minutes from December 14th, 2022, and the minutes from the special meeting of January the 3rd, 2023, as well as the receipt of information items, including the order paper, the board report schedule, the interim operating and capital financial report from September 2022 to November 30th, 2022, the quarterly capital update, the 2021-2022 AODA annual accessibility status report, and the Halton District School Board Multi-Year Plan Accessibility Plan. So these last two items relate to the presentations we just received tonight. So I'll put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the consent agenda and receive the information items for January the 11th, 2023. Trustee Amos, would you like to make a motion to deal with the consent agenda?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And Trustee Ahmed, would you like to second that? Trustee Ahmed? I don't think he's here. Trustee Gray, will you second that then?
Happy to.
Thank you so much. Are there any items that need to be pulled for discussion this evening? Trustee Amos.
Could I pull the quarterly capital report?
Okay. Any other items? Seeing none, Trustee Amos, would you like to speak to this, please?
Thank you very much. I only actually want to speak to one little piece of it. Oakville Northeast number 3 public school. I've been getting a lot of calls from the community asking where we are on that and when will it be open. Initially, I know we had said we'd hope to have it open this fall. Well, I don't think that's going to happen now. But so what do we think? Will it be open for next fall? Are we thinking that's what the timeline of it is?
Thank you for the question. I'm pleased to report that our manager of capital met on site with 6 proponents today for the tender, and it will close early in February. Should we have a bid that falls within our budget, that would be wonderful because that will help us advance the project. I'm not optimistic based on what we're hearing from our coterminous board and their tender closes. And so with that, we do have a meeting in February to work with Superintendent Fowler as well as our capital plan working group to talk about strategies around a potential December, January, or later opening, depending on how this project advances. And what year was that? 2024 of January, correct? Oh, am I? Sorry.
2025, January 2025.
Which school were you referring to?
So that's Oakville Northeast number 3.
Oh, yeah, that was. Sorry, I got my schools confused. So Oakville number 3. Should we close within budget? General Manager Thibault, I think the land is close, and once the land is secured and we've got a contractor that closes within budget, we estimate about a 2-year construction time frame. So the next month will be very telling.
Okay, so potentially maybe September 2024, maybe.
Maybe.
Okay, and since I see it just above the Oakville High School, is it sort of on the same kind of track as part of the package that's trying to move forward?
Through the chair to trustees, yes, the tender, the design is underway, well underway. And again, we're working on securing the land, and we're optimistic that we'll see some advancement this summer, which once that starts, then we'll be able to start to pinpoint likely opening dates.
Thank you. And anything that any of us, me, can do to help move things along, I'd be more than happy to.
Thank you. And to that point, I think, Trustee Amos, there's a meeting tomorrow Friday that we're having with MPP T. That's the one. And Blair, the Chief of Staff to the Education Minister, so that hopefully maybe some of that will come up. So that hopefully will make a movement forward. So any other discussion pieces for this matter? Seeing none, are there any objections to approving the consent agenda as it stands right now? All right, seeing none, the consent agenda is approved by unanimous consent. Thank you very much. We are now up to item 4.0, ratification or action items for this evening. And we'll start off with ratification of business transacted in private session. Vice Chair Rocha, do we have any business from private session requiring approval this evening?
Yes, we do.
Please go ahead.
We have one motion this evening, and that is, be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve matters from private session respecting proceeds of disposition, report number 23002.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Amos, would you like to second that motion?
I would be honored to.
Thank you very much. Are there any objections? Seeing none, item 4.0 passes by unanimous consent. We are now up to item 4.2, action items for January the 11th, 2023, which we have one. Item 4.2.1, identification of community planning and partnership opportunities, report number 23001. General Manager Thibault, looks like you're taking this one on tonight. Would you like to present your report, please?
Thank you. Through you, Chair Shuttleworth, to trustees. This evening, we're just seeking approval from the board in order to confirm the list that we'd like to release to the community and with regards to available spaces within our schools for potential community planning partnership opportunities. So that's going out to our community members and seeing if there's any opportunities for them to use the space that are synergetic with our uses as an elementary or secondary school. It's also notifying our communities of any future capital priorities project that we may have. So if we're looking at something that's a little bit more intensive, like Hayden or even our childcare providers, that also gives them an opportunity well in advance within 5 years to start planning and having those discussions. So we'll release those as well. The school sites that we selected this year, we followed our administrative procedure, but we've also selected some schools that will have kind of a track record of always having empty spaces, albeit it might not be at that 65% utilization or 200 total pupil places. We do have a number of smaller schools within our board that may not have that amount of space, but at least they have a few extra rooms that are going to sustainably be there for the long term, and they might be in rural communities or more distant communities. So if those municipalities are looking for space or if there's any other services we can provide, we're going to start to get into the habit of just saying, hey, there's opportunities here, and maybe opening it up a little bit more to use up some of our empty spaces. So examples that would be like Limehouse, Brookville, Acton, schools like that maybe we can find some better opportunities. There's also some in Burlington. So I just wanted to make note of that in case you're noticing that there's a little bit of a, we went a little bit further beyond in our selection of empty space schools. We also provide a little bit more of an extensive list as part of Appendix 3 of all the partnerships that we do have. So we went a little bit further beyond and made sure to reconcile it. So you might notice additional uses there that we've identified. And last but not least, the next step in this process, assuming that this list gets approved tonight, we'll be hosting a meeting with our community partners. We'll be hosting it virtually during business hours because a lot of our partners are working 9 to 5. And we'll be inviting all of our community partners, anybody that's expressed an interest in being notified. And that will be on January 26th at 1 p.m. We'll also invite our municipal partners and politicians too, in case they are just interested in attending. I'm happy to take any questions with regards to this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Daniele.
Thank you. I'm just asking you to refresh my memory. In Appendix 2, the proposed capital projects available for community partnerships, there is a mention of the addition at Milton District High School and that the year is TBD, dependent on ministry funding. I'm taking that to assume that we have applied for funding but not yet received confirmation of that. Can you refresh my memory on that one, please?
Absolutely. Through Chair Shuttleworth to Chair Danielle. My bad. So just to clarify, it is a capital priority submission that we have submitted, but we were not successful, but is one that we will continue to submit because there is a significant need in Milton for secondary pupil places. So it's one that I believe we'll continue to resubmit. So at least this way, if anybody does express an interest in any of these that are future capital or proposed capital projects, at least that way we can go in with our business case and say, hey, by the way, we have Milton that would also like to join in, and we can add that to our overall business case. So the more we go out and say, based on our long-term plan, here are all the projects that we have, then we can work a lot earlier on with our partners and see if we can do these co-builds. Because a lot of them take a lot of time to plan and align our respective pots of fundings and approvals. So that's why that's there.
Thank you. There are no further questions. I just have a quick one. So with the, it's the night for mistakes tonight, everyone. I'm just going to tell you that right now. So
Just water.
at least it didn't hit your computer. Maybe. So when I look at Appendix 2, which is the proposed capital projects available, so by and large, well, I know there are quite a few older schools, particularly in southeast Burlington, and I know that in the past we've talked about the surplus space in some of these schools, but none of those schools are listed on this. I'm just wondering what sort of opportunity, and I recall we had a presentation about this before, about mixed-use buildings and shared space between coterminous boards. Am I right there? We had a meeting a while ago about what we could do with unused spaces, and some of the options were mixed use spacing, and then partnering alongside our coterminous board. Am I right or incorrect with that one?
Definitely, in terms of through Chair Shuttleworth too. We definitely have conversations about partnering with our municipal partners, child cares, or other community partners that might be providing services that are synergetic with us. I'm not sure if I was present with coterminous boards being as part of those options, or I don't recall. It's certainly something that's open, and our coterminous boards are circulated. They are part of the listing that we send it off to. That said, I'm thinking, the sizing of that would play a large part of it. So we'd have to have quite a substantial space and almost a dedicated wing. So those are a little bit more challenging. But it's not to say we wouldn't explore it if an opportunity were to arise or an expression would be provided.
Yeah, I'm just wondering because I do know, so particularly in the Ward 4 area, there are some schools that have struggled to keep their attendance or their numbers high. So I'm just wondering what types of things we can do to ensure that we're not closing schools. I worry about that sort of piece just with schools that are under-subscribed to.
Absolutely. And a little bit unrelated to this, but what I could say is in our LTAP, we it's all part of the accommodation strategy, but where we can't find partners, then we start looking at maybe it's a targeted demolition or feasibility studies on how we can reduce space. Do we convert it to other board needs? Like there's a number of options we can get through before we get to the ultimate closure. So it's almost more of an iterative process of seeing what can we do with our space if there is an opportunity for it. And if we reach the point where there really isn't any way, then that's when we move on to the final step of saying, okay, I think then we've went through all the options. Now we have to look at the final one, but we're still a ways out before that's on the table.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Are there any further questions? Oh, Trustee Gray.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm just fascinated by some of the lists here of the schools and what's being used and so on and so forth. And I know that you're going to have a meeting soon with members of the community to see if there's any expressed interest. Do we actively, aside and apart from hosting that meeting, do we actively go out and say, let's say to a community partner, we're going to be building a school in your community in the next 3 years. Would you consider childcare? Like, do we go out and search out these business opportunities, or do we just wait for the community to come to us?
It depends, I'd say, on the partners. We're definitely active, like something like childcare's. We're actively reaching out to our regional representatives for that. So our consolidated service manager for the region, we would go out and say, here's our list of capital priorities. They're asking for childcare's. What are you interested in? What service area gaps do you have? And we're very active on that front. We definitely reach out to our municipalities, and we put this forward. We have some municipalities that are more active than others in terms of expressing their interests. So if they express an interest, then we're certainly jumping on board, and we have follow-ups. But other smaller community partners, really, it's more word of mouth, and we're not really actively searching for all specifically. Usually we're waiting for them to come to us and ask, hey, we have a need in this area, and they put in a submission and they say this is what we're intending on doing. And our process is then we bring it to, we assess it, make sure that it meets our needs or it aligns with our values and the space. And then, you know, we bring it forward if we have to, but it's not as active as you would think. So certainly something we can open up, and we hope that with the LTAP and increasing our engagement there, as well as increasing our engagement through this process, hopefully we get more partners, but it's a slow process. Historically, partnerships in schools have been slow.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'm going to put the motion on the floor. Be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve the list of schools for community partnerships, and that staff be directed to notify community partners of opportunities for sharing. Trustee Baxter, would you like to move this motion?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Zhang, would you like to second that?
I second. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, please cast your votes. Trustee Baxter?
I would like to vote in favor, please.
Thank you very much. Trustee Ahmed?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much.
In favor.
Thank you very much, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, that brings us up to 5.0, communication to the board. We have no items for action for this evening or for information. Do we have any notices of motion? Trustee Gray? Is that old? Okay, thank you very much. That brings us up to then the director's report. I'll pass it over to you, Director Ennis.
Thank you so much, Chair Shuttleworth, and good evening, everyone. Once again, it's Happy New Year to trustees, staff, students, families of the HDSB. Despite challenges, 2023 promises to be another year filled with optimism and hope for all of the HDSB community. I was at a function with Superintendent Frankovich last Saturday, and we had got to experience this optimism firsthand as we saw a packed house at CK for the launch of First Robotics. There were hundreds of students, staff, and parents present. During First Robotics, students compete to build their own robots, demonstrating their engineering skills and knowledge. This year, the HDSB has 8 teams competing. Burlington Central, 2386. Craig Kielberger, 4992. Garth Webb, 5409. Georgetown District, 4976. M.M. Robinson, 2200. Milton District, 3571. Oakville Trafalgar, 1374. And Oakville Trafalgar, 1334. I mean, you should have been in the room to hear the hoop and the hollering that was happening as these teams were announced, and it was just a fantastic and electric atmosphere to be a part of. These teams have 7 weeks to build their team robots before taking it to the competitions across North America. First is worldwide, and their vision is to transform our culture by creating a world where science and technology are celebrated, where young people dream of becoming science and technology leaders to advance STEM education. This is a statement from Wade Richardson, who is the OEAP Pathways and Technological Education Lead at the Halton District School Board. And so it was just a fantastic time, and just one small example of the great work that is happening within our school board to transform education, to engage students and families in learning, and to create a pathway for future generations. So that's the first part of my report. And the next one is I'm going to ask Superintendent Pajubark if he could speak to the MYP video.
Good evening, everyone. There I am. Yeah, it's my pleasure to introduce the first in a series. We showed you the just kind of the teaser of starring Director Ennis, and this video takes all of our stakeholders inside classrooms to see our learning and achievement goals in action. So it's kind of a deep dive into 2 different classrooms where you can see the kinds of learning and achievement pieces we are trying to get at in our multi-year plan. So happy to show that tonight. It's about 4 minutes and has already been distributed out. And we are working on equity and inclusion next. It's being filmed this week and next week. So that will be the next one up. So if we could go ahead and play the video, that would be awesome.
The Learning and Achievement Area of Focus in the Halton District School Board's 2020 to 2024 multi-year plan is designed to create learning conditions to elevate student achievement. It's important we foster a culture of high expectations to maximize student and staff achievement, promote innovative strategies that connect learning to the world, and prepare students for a dynamic future, and differentiate teaching and learning to support each unique learner. In this video, you will see how HDSB elementary and secondary classrooms are bringing this key area of the multi-year plan to life.
In my class, we've been busy working on tiny homes. And you may not notice at first, but these tiny homes are actually related to a bunch of different curriculum subjects, and we're making connections to those subjects every day in multiple ways. Firstly, we've been looking at human rights and sustainability, and also we've been talking about equity and how equity and sustainability come together when we look at our diverse communities here at CRB. We've started off using some sampling and surveying our CRB community. We've thought about whether or not we can maximize space and if we can consolidate 5 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms into 3 bedrooms. This project includes so many aspects of innovative and design thinking. We have put together thinking about how we can take those concepts that we've learned in math and social studies and science and apply them in a real-world context. So all of those components together demonstrate the way that these thinkers can be creative, innovative, yet accountable to each other and move the goals forward in the project.
As project manager, I had to make sure that everyone was doing an equal share of work and participating. As project manager, I also had to do my own share of the work while making sure that everyone was doing what they needed to be doing. I had to make sure that everyone's ideas were listened to and that we thought about them before making sure that we could include them in the idea or discard them. The group was assigned different roles, such as a project manager, the person working on sustainability, floor planners, interior designers, exterior designer, builders, and financial managers.
So in my grade 10 math class, we're working on building critical thinking skills and problem solving. One of the best ways we do this is students are working in visibly random groups every single day on the whiteboards. This builds their collaboration skills. They're able to kind of support one another and challenge each other. And the best part about this is that I get to build strong student-teacher relationships with each and every one of them every single day. Everyone feels kind of safe and is encouraged to make mistakes, and they're not afraid to kind of take charge of their learning, which is one of the best ways to really get excited about math. Today my students are looking at solving for the x and y intercepts of vertex form, we've been really exploring quadratics and how we can apply them to real world contexts and situations. And so we're just looking at a different way of kind of finding those unknown variables. And when they were playing headbands, they used the vocabulary that we've learned throughout the semester to kind of help one another either sketch the graph or solve for an equation. So it kind of really encourages that collaboration part of things and really helps kind of encourage each other with their problem solving skills.
The way we learn in math class helps me build more open relationships with my peers and also helps build more confidence. For example, in algebra, if I'm solving an equation and if I'm doubting if I did it right or wrong, there's no shame in being wrong because I can just look around the room and see other people's work and double check with them and talk and collaborate with them. Having this style of interactive and collaborative learning with like my peers and being able to walk and get up, it's more interactive and like it helps me be like less anxious when I'm collaborating with my peers.
As you have seen, the HDSB's 2020 to 2024 multi-year plan is an important document that sets the direction and prioritizes our efforts as an organization to support our 65,000 students and 9,000 staff members. With learning and achievement as one of our 5 areas of focus in the plan, HDSB schools continue to help students learn, grow, and inspire.
So I would just like to add finally for trustees that is the first in the series that really is looking to show the plan in action. Last year was a little higher level, and with each year of the plan, we hope to go deeper and deeper in showing people how we are accountable to the plan. And I thought that did a great job. So thanks to the communications team and Superintendent Frankovich for helping, and certainly the 2 teachers for welcoming our cameras in, and the students, of course. Thanks. I'm happy to take any questions if there are.
Thank you, Superintendent Padrabarek. Must appreciate it. I thought Superintendent Frankovich looked and sounded a lot better than I would. So I really like that. The next item on the agenda, infamous other, I have just wanted to make mention of a letter that I sent out earlier today to staff in which we sort of outlined some facts that took place at the board regarding the motions last week regarding professionalism. I sought to be consistent with some of the messaging that we have sent out so far this year with respect to our commitments and our values around human rights. I think both trustees and staff have been very consistent in that messaging, and certainly the intent and the spirit in which that was sent was to make sure that every staff member within the Halton District School Board is aware of what we have, the actions that are being undertaken right now. And so I know that there was a lot of anxiety among our staff members, and I wanted to allay some of those fears and anxiety. And so in that spirit, I thought let's reach out to them. Certainly, if the impact of that messaging did not resonate positively with anyone, that is certainly not the intent nor the spirit in which I sent it. It was to show that we are working collaboratively with the Board of Trustees and staff in order to make this a reality. So I wanted to just say that this night tonight.
That ends your report.
And that ends my report. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Do any trustees have any questions for Director Ennis? All right, seeing none, that brings us up to communication from the chair. There is no additional communication from me this evening. And that brings us now to committee reports. Do we have any committee reports to be presented this evening? Trustee Collard.
Thank you. I just wanted to update trustees that the governance document review standing committee has met twice. We have drafted our terms of reference and we'll be bringing them to committee as a whole. We have also drafted the code of conduct policy and are working on the governance procedure that accompanies that, and we'll present both at the same time when they are both ready for review by trustees.
Thank you very much. Any other? Oh, Trustee Daniele.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that the Aldershot boundary review began this week, and my thanks to General Manager Thibault, as well as Superintendents Frankovich and Newton for an extremely well-run meeting. It was a very, very positive experience looking at the options that staff put a lot of work in presenting and new options going forward. So I feel quite good about this one. It was really well run, and I just wanted to congratulate the people behind the meeting for such a good job.
Thank you very much. Trustee Gray.
Thank you. Two quick reports. Just on the heels of Trustee Daniele's report about the boundary review happening in the Aldershot area, we have an exciting boundary review happening up in the hills. It's always exciting in the hills. I invite everyone to come to the hills, but coming to the hills, in fact, last night was Mr. Thibodeau. We had Superintendent Fowler, Superintendent Podreberic, and a whole bunch of the staff of Mr. Thibodeau's office, and it was a well-run meeting. And just like the folks in Aldershot, the folks in Halton Hills have some of their own ideas on options, and we're really pleased to see those ideas come forward to be explored further at our next meetings. I'd like to say that we're very aggressive in our schedule of meetings, and we are clippity-clop all the way through this month, sometimes 2 meetings a week, and we will get this work done in a very timely fashion. I'm very assured of that. The second report I wanted to add was just with regards to OPSPA. There is the Public Education Symposium happening next week, and several of our trustees will be in attendance from
2 weeks.
I'm out by a week. I am. I'm so fast to get through this month. 2 weeks from now, I'm sorry, but Thursday, Friday, and part of Saturday. And we look forward to that chance to come together with our colleagues right around the province. It's always a great learning experience for all of the trustees. So thank you very much. That ends my report.
Of course you can. Yeah, go ahead, Trustee Daniele.
Thank you. Okay. Just to piggyback on that for trustees, this is the first time in my recollection that the Public Education Symposium has been a sellout. It is, there's a waiting list now. There are 300 attendees. There will be a Central West regional meeting on the Saturday morning. We are looking to fill some positions on the program and the policy work teams. And those are open to any trustees. So if anyone would be interested in finding out more, please let me know.
Thank you, Trustee Daniele. Trustee Collard.
Thank you. Yes, and Trustee Gray and I have arranged for a preliminary meeting with Director Ennis to discuss this year's DPR process, and there'll be more information about that at committee of the whole. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Lots of committee reports tonight. Wonderful. That brings us up to item 5.7, trustee questions and comments. Do any of the trustees have any additional questions for this evening? All right, seeing none. That now brings us up to item 5.8, which is public questions. So during the pandemic, we as a board made a commitment to ensure that on the HDSB website, there was a button created on the live stream page to give a link at the bottom of the agenda to allow members of the public to ask questions of the board. Questions received may be answered during this meeting, particularly those related to the agenda items or at the following meeting at the discretion of the chair. For efficiency, multiple questions received that are similar in nature may be grouped together, again, at the discretion of myself or the vice chair. Questions will not be attributed. When necessary, a notation will be made that multiple people ask the same question. Any questions that contain language that is hateful or discriminatory will not be considered. Vice Chair Rocha, are there any additional questions to be answered this evening?
I just refreshed my screen and there are no questions from the public this evening.
Oop. Thank you very much. So again, please don't forget there are several ways to be heard by the Board of Trustees. First and foremost, please get in touch with your local trustee to ask the questions. Their contact details are available on the HDSB website, and they are your likeliest choice to find out the information from your local schools. You can use the question and answer portion of the meetings, and you may also choose to delegate the board in relation to the delegation policy. Optimally, though, the best option is to reach out to your local trustee. And with that, we are coming to item 7.0, which is adjournment, but we are going to rise back into private session. So can I have a motion to move back into private session? Trustee Gray, seconded by Trustee Amos. Is there any discussion or debate? Yeah. Is there any objection to moving into private session? Seeing none, that ends our private or public session for now for this evening. We will take a 10-minute break to have a break and see you in 10 minutes. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you. We are welcome back to public session. We have a couple of, I'm just checking with Vice Chair Rocha, are there any motions from private session that need to be dealt with today?
Yes, there are 2 items.
Please go ahead. That's it? That's the first one.
What?
Yes, the first motion is, be it resolved that the Halton District School Board approve matters from private session January 11, 2023, respecting negotiations.
And Trustee Gray, would you like to second that motion? Wonderful, thank you. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, if you can cast your votes, please, on that first motion. Trustee Oliver? Oh, she's voting. Oh, sorry. Trustee Baxter?
I apologize. There was some other microphone that was coming through on our remote end, so I missed. Is this the most recent vote that we had in private session?
This is the vote regarding negotiations.
Oh, I see. Okay, I vote in favor, please.
Thank you very much. And Trustee Ahmed?
I vote yes, please.
Thank you very much. And that carries unanimously. Thank you very much. There is a second.
Yes, there is a second motion. The second motion is, be it resolved that the Halton District School Board rescind motions M23-0005 and M23-0006.
And Trustee Amos, would you like to second that?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, if you can cast your votes, please. Trustee Ahmed?
Yes, please.
And Trustee Baxter?
I vote no, please.
Thank you very much. And that carries, but not unanimously. Trustees in favor are Trustee Collard, Trustee Gray, Trustee Daniele, Vice Chair Rocha, Trustee Amos, Trustee Oliver, Chair Shuttleworth, Trustee Ahmed. Opposed, Trustee Baxter. Thank you very much. Anything further, Vice Chair Rocha?
No, those are the only 2 items.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to the end of our agenda, which is now exhausted. So I call this meeting adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody, for coming.